What would you like to do today? Let's start with clerk taking roll call.
How about that?
Okay.
Councilmember Sullivan? Here. Councilmember Bowen? Here. Councilmember Bash? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer? I see she's up.
There
She's
she is.
here. She's calling from above. Mayor Newton?
Here.
All present?
Yep, she's here. You missed by 39 seconds. Colin's the winner. Yeah, we round down. Hi, Robin. Okay. Let's move into our staff report on the proposed fee study and cost allocation plan. Joshua, you going to start it off?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. This afternoon, we'll be doing a workshop on the user fee study. This is something that we've been working on for the department has been working on for the past year. The overall purpose is to do a detailed financial analysis of the fees that are charged by the city. To assist with this process, we have engaged Wildan Financial Services to help facilitate and review the data and provide suggestions and their input on the process. Now we have gotten to this point, we wanted to provide the council an opportunity to see the preliminary results, be able to provide input in strategic direction, and then make any modifications to said rates, because some of these do require some council direction to move forward, but we'll be taking this workshop as a means to take your input and provide strategic direction to the fees. To kind of walk you through the initial results of the study, I would like to introduce Tony Thrasher of Wildan, who will give a presentation, and we will leave it open for questions at the very end for either them or staff to address. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Joshua. Good afternoon, Mayor Council. I am Tony Thrasher, Wildan Financial, here, the project manager for the study, to give a presentation to y'all today. So, I'm going to start off with kind of definition, just lay the groundwork of what we're talking about. So what are user fees? User fees, by definition, provide a private benefit with limited to no community benefit based off the calculation that they're based off full cost and that they are services being requested. So state law requires that individual use of the service be voluntary and fees must reasonably relate to the cost of providing those services. Fee adoption, fee establishment is done through City Council fee adoption, a public hearing, which would be typically the next step of the process. And also important to note what we're not including. This does not include development impact fees, utility rates, taxes, and I'm going to talk a little bit of the kind of the differentiation of what these are, where the costs exist, and kind of what it means. So, why update these fees? These are operationally cost-provided services, and they primarily, and almost all of it, exists within your general fund. So any subsidies to these private benefits, these services, impact your general fund dollars, right? So if you think about it another way, if you are subsidizing for private benefits, it can limit your ability to provide for community general benefits, public safety, council initiatives, things of that nature, because you're having to pay for these services whether or not you charge for them or not, right? Sustained decreased funding for services can result as an impact in your service quality. We don't see that as part of the study that we did, but it's also something to note, right? If you feel constrained on your revenues and your general fund, oftentimes that can be where cuts can be made. Now, just putting all that aside, it's important for you to know what the cost of services are so you can make policy decisions of where you want to set fees. And of course, under state law, you need to know what the cost is so you can set a fee at or below that full cost of service. Anything above it becomes a tax. So we want to make sure that doesn't happen. So within a user fee study, the first primary objective is to determine the cost of all your services. We start off with a review of your fee schedules internally, looking at what your services look like, compare it to other cities that we encounter and we work with. And then we review those with your department, so identify any changes they want to make to the schedules, modifications to the fee structures, new fees, remove obsolete fees, so that you can get to a schedule that works for you moving forward. And then we use fully burdened hourly rates to calculate the full cost of service by getting time data from the subject matter experts, which is your staff. They tell us what it reasonably takes to provide those services. That, multiplied by the fully burdened hourly rates, gives us our reasonable full cost for service. Now, once we know what the full cost is, then we shift into the next piece, which is comparing that to your current fees, identifying where your subsidy levels are currently, and identifying typical suggested full cost recovery for typically your building planning, engineering type things. But then for other departments like community services and recreation, you're gonna have subsidies. Every city does. And so for that, it's more of identifying any changes to the schedule that staff recommends to bring forward for a recommendation. Now, scope of the study, this is a citywide user fee study. Most departments have user fees. So you see there from the list, I won't read them off, but it involves everyone. And whether or not a department's has their own fees, oftentimes they are included in another department's fees. Because if they don't have their own fee, but they're involved with providing a service, they're included within another department's fee. Most commonly, that we're looking at planning. Planning has a lot of fees that involve a lot of departments. And so even though it says it's a planning fee, it involves a lot of different people from other departments as well. Since this is an operational cost provided service study, we start off with budget information, staff organization information, so that we can identify who's involved with the departments, who's providing services, contract services go into that as well, and make sure that we get a full picture of what it costs at the department levels to provide services. We also performed a cost allocation plan as part of this effort. And what that does is it identifies the central functions of the city, so yourselves, finance, city manager, clerk, all those that start with city, as well as other central services that support the other units. And we allocate that cost to the operating units and departments and funds based off of how they receive that support. So if you think of like human resources, they are allocated based off of a personnel factor, typically full-time equivalents, salary and benefits. So the more of that you have, the more of an allocation share that you would get of that department. And so we form that cost allocation plan so we can determine indirect overhead rates and allocations, and that's what factors into the fully burdened hourly rate as well. And I'll get into a little bit of that when we get a little further along. Now, all that that I've talked about feeds into calculating a full cost for staff to provide services. We divide that over productive or billable hours, which just means when they're on the job and working. And then that calculates our fully burdened hourly rate. And then we combine that with the time estimates to get a full cost calculation. Now, I've talked a lot about having to talk with the departments and identify changes. There's not a single part of this process that can be done without interaction, involvement with your staff and your departments. So they are integral and part of every step of the journey. Whether they like it or not and how much time we put on them, I apologize for that right now, but it's a time-intensive type thing. Each of these studies has to be catered specifically to each city that they're performed for to make sure that we're in accordance with state law. So I've gone over a bit of this, so I'll go over quickly. This is the steps of the study. We start off with model development so we can calculate overhead and fully burdened hourly rates. Then we meet with departments to revise the schedules and then calculate the full cost of services. And then based off those full cost calculations, comparing it to the current fees to identify current subsidies and come up with suggested fees that we create a report around. Now, if we're jumping all the way to the end, which the ultimate result is to go to a public hearing where you'd consider the suggested fees for adoption. But the intermediary steps between that takes different forms, right? So we're here with a workshop or study session. I've done 2-2-1s, one-on-ones with council. There's different ways. There's no right, wrong way. It's kind of what works for you all, right? Now, so this is a cost of service type calculation, but more specifically the fully burdened hourly rate calculation. So mention what goes into that, salaries and benefits, service and supply costs, that's our direct overhead, so department operational costs. For every hour of salary and benefit, they have operating costs that's involved that they recover a pro rata share of. The indirect costs through the cost allocation plan, as well as any system maintenance cost goes into that, and that gives us to our fully burdened hourly rate. Now, I mentioned this before, but keep in mind, even though we're talking about, say, a planning fee, it doesn't mean just planning staff's involved. It involves a lot of different people, either directly or indirectly. So this could be a permit But there might be direct staff, say the city engineer is involved with doing a review of something. Think more of an application. They might be directly involved. But if I'm talking about city clerk, that's more likely to be part of the indirect overhead that comes from the cost allocation plan. So time data we use is direct time involved with providing the service. Indirect support comes from the cost allocation plan. That's our kind of clear demarcation of that. Now, every city has hundreds of fees, and so there's a fee book that's part of this. This is meant to be kind of a synopsis of the results and what we found in part of the recommendations and what would kind of be the effect of that. So for building and safety, it was a time-based cost analysis that found that services are currently below the full cost of providing them. There would be an increase to 22 fees, 3 fees would decrease, 1 fee would change from an actual cost as the fee, what's listed as the fee, to a flat fee. So an actual dollar amount would be set instead, and 27 fees remain as currently set. The average change would be an increase of 16% for flat fees. And then the biggest fee program is also in there, which is the building permits. And we do a program cost analysis of that to identify how that's performing based off the current fees you have and your we'll call it participation, but it's the activity that you actually see for building permits, and see whether or not you're getting full cost recovery for that. And we found that to come in at 48% cost recovery. So the recommendation is to adjust that multiplier that's being used for that to get to full cost recovery. For the city clerk, the services include a few flat fees and others that are set by the state, such as return check fee that state sets that. It's time-based cost analysis that found that the current fees are not in line with the full cost of providing service. And all fees remain as currently set in there, though. There's no recommended changes to those fees. For code enforcement, all the fees listed on code enforcement are fines. So those should be set to deter those activities. So there's not the same kind of cost requirement that's needed for those. One new fee, though, code enforcement lien additional and removal would be added based off of cost, and it'd be set at the fully burdened hourly rate plus any required county fees involved. For communications, there's a time-based cost analysis that found that the fees are currently just below the full cost of providing them. So there's an increase suggested to 41 fees. 7 fees remain as currently set. But the average fee change would be an increase of 7%. And then for community services, they fall under a different bucket of type of fee under Prop 26 because it's mostly use of government-owned property, and so those can be set based off of market factors, policy factors. We do a cost analysis, though, to identify where you're at. So currently, you're around 30% cost recovery, which sounds low, right? But actually, post-COVID, we're seeing most cities in the range of 10 to 20 up to 40%. That's the range. Pre-COVID, it was more like 40 to 60, but that's kind of fallen way down since then because those fees have stagnated quite a bit. Now, so the suggested fee changes for that is an increase to 24 fees. 1 fee would decrease, 4 new fees would be added, 23 fees would remain as currently set, and the average fee change would be an increase of 18%. For animal control, it's a mixture of fines and fees. The fines are set to deter those activities, as previously mentioned. So the analysis for the fees found that they are not in line with providing them, which by and large, it means that they are below, right? So currently, animal control is operating at 27% cost recovery, which is also typical. It is very rare to see animal control getting full cost recovery. So there is a suggested increase to 30 fees there, with 4 new fees being added. The remaining fees, the other fees remain as currently set. Have to fix that tab right there. Average fee change would be an increase of 20% for those fees. Now, facilities maintenance. That was a time-based cost analysis for theirs that found that fees are currently below the cost of providing them. The suggested changes are an increase to 72 fees, 1 fee would decrease, 3 new fees would be added, 2 fees would change from a fully burdened hourly rate to a flat amount, and then 50 fees would remain as currently set with the average fee change of an increase of 9%. Finance, trust me, we're getting close to the end. For finance, services listed include reproduction, collection fees, penalties, live scan, yard sale permits. There's kind of collection. Actually, the return check fees in that one. But that was a time-based cost analysis that found that fees are currently not in line with the cost of providing them. But so right now, the return check fee is probably just gone up based off CPI over the years. So we're going to realign that with the government code, and that's the one that goes down. A new credit card processing fee would go into place at 2% of the transaction, and remaining fees, all other fees would remain as currently set. For business license, keep in mind, these are the fee portion of it. If there's no taxes are included in this, right? So it's a time-based cost analysis that found that fees are currently not in line with providing them. There's an increase suggested for 18 fees. One new fee for a name change to a business will be added. 18 fees remain as currently set, and the average fee change would be an increase of 15%. And for fire, the analysis found the current fees are below the cost of providing service. There's a theme when you haven't done a study for a little bit, right? So the suggested fee changes are an increase to 128 fees. One fee would decrease. 7 new fees would be added. 38 fees remain as currently set with an average fee change of 20% increase. In planning, for planning, the analysis did find that all but one fee was at or below the full cost of providing service, and so there's a suggested increase to 56 fees. That one fee would decrease. One fee would change to a flat amount from an actual cost. 2 fees would change to actual cost from a flat fee. See, things change over time based off how services are provided. 29 fees would remain as currently set, and 8 new fees would be added, and the average fee change would be an increase of 27% for planning. For public works, same story. Fees are at or below cost providing them except for 2 fees, so there's an increase suggested for 26 with those 2 going down. 2 new fees would be added. 28 fees would remain as currently set, and the average fee change would be an increase of 31%. For water utility, for water utility, there's an increase suggested for 6 of their fees, with 2 fees decreasing. All of the 14 other fees remain as currently set. And again, we don't include utility rates in this. This is only kind of fees associated with services around that. Average fee change would be an increase of 1%. Sheriff, I was losing my place here. So for sheriff was a time-based cost analysis that found the current fees are not in line providing them. So there's an increase suggested for 3 fees. 1 fee would decrease. 1 new fee, handicap placer sign-off, would be added. 40 fees would remain as currently set. The average fee change is a whopping 0.28% increase. All right, I got through it all. So those are the statistics of it. Now, again, the fee report has a full detail of all the different fee changes. Each fee is calculated individually. So those are kind of those percentages you're seeing, those are the average changes based off of all the fee changes that are happening within that schedule, excluding new fees because we don't know the effect of new fees based off participation that doesn't exist yet. But to kind of round it back out, the general standard is these are private benefit services. And so insofar as typically building, planning, engineering, those that are involved with development, you're usually looking to get full cost recovery. That's the industry standard. But there are going to be subsidies in many areas, especially with like community services and some of those facilities fees, right? That's use of government property, but you subsidize those. There's community benefit inherent within those sort of things. So they typically are subsidized, and that's a recommendation to keep those based off the staff recommendations. Now, to avoid jumps in fees in between fee studies, which is typically recommended every 5 years, we recommend using the CPI or another inflator to keep up with your fees in years in which you don't do it. That way you don't have those jumps, right? CPI is typically seen as fairly moderate, other than COVID years, but it's a fairly moderate cost of living increase typically, and so that can kind of keep you in line in between those studies. I'm here to answer any kind of questions as well as the department staff too. Thank you for your time.
Kind of a few closing thoughts before we kind of leave it over to council is the development impact fees that are outside the scope of this study are being done in a separate analysis that will be presented to council in a similar workshop at a later date. The majority of the thing that you saw into there was increase in fees in the majority of the departments. And the last study was done was about 6 years ago. So some major events that have happened since that time have been staffing costs have changed between now and then. You had a major event such as the pandemic happened, as well as supply chain and other costs of services have increased substantially since that time. So that's why you're sometimes seeing large 30-40% increases because you are looking at a multi-year step increases. We are looking to use that CPI as a way to not have such huge jumps over time, but just to kind of give you some context of why some of these departments are seeing these increases. With that, I yield it back to council to address any questions that staff can address.
Thank you, Joshua, and thank you. Kevin, let's start with you. If you have any questions, either of the consultant, Joshua, and we have all of staff here who would be more than glad to participate. Any specific questions?
One of the things I kind of don't like and is the credit card fee, and I'm assuming that's because the credit card companies are charging us a fee to use a credit card. But people are caught because we're being forced to use credit cards. And so for me, I'm not in support of this, but I mean, are we just covering the cost of what the credit card company's doing, or are we covering a cost of what we think it costs to use the credit card?
No, that is the actual percentage that is charged to the city for the effect of using such credit cards for transactions. Now, the city can absorb that cost, but again, you're looking at a realization of 98% of the total revenue versus 100% of the actual cost, because we actually pay that to the credit card company.
I understand that. It's to the ether sphere, what a racket. Yeah. And then the business license, I'm wondering, we're just going to recover the cost on the business, you know, because right now it's really hard to do business, and business is actually what pays for everything. Is it worth it to give business license applicants and people that renew their business licenses, is it worth it to us in the long run to maybe not raise those fees or to even lower those fees?
That is a strategic direction that council can move forward to and direct staff to do such.
I mean, would the loss of revenue be that great as opposed to maybe the indirect, what it would bring to the city?
That one is a challenge because it depends on the amount of activity. We did a comparison with some other cities, and we're kind of mostly in average. We do have some classes that are kind of a little bit above average, but that is essentially would not keep up with the cost of it. So you're essentially would have the challenge of, yes, we do not do that increase now, but that would impact the city's ability to increase revenues to keep up with costs citywide over time.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Kevin, can I comment on what you were saying about business license?
Yeah.
And I'll ask Lacey to confirm this, that I know where you're going with, say, like new businesses, but when a contractor comes in, okay, to do a project, I believe we require all their subcontractors to have city businesses license.
Yeah, so if the contractor comes in and you do an owner-builder permit, excuse me, you do an owner-builder permit, the contractor's gonna have to get,
Right.
just like when I helped you, yeah.
And then we follow up on that. So,
I won't issue the permit until they get their business license.
right.
My question is do we want to help promote business and employment? And it's a question. I'm not giving an answer. I'm
But
just
what
wondering.
sorry, Kevin, but what you're referring to is an out-of-town contractor. What Kevin's referring to, I'm assuming
Is
you're
Norco business.
in-town.
Is Norco.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
that's what I
do
was
is
trying to
out-of-town.
clarify, is that if an out-of-town contractor is coming in to do work in town, let them pay
He
full
is, come
boat.
stay, play, work in Norco, leave your money and go away.
Right.
So I'm referring to Norco-centric businesses. In other words, they establish a business in Norco. I'm not even saying do that. I'm just, how do we promote business in the city of Norco?
It is a balancing that you have to do, but we do have to look at the overall revenue to the city so that it doesn't impact services. It is a moderate revenue line item in the general fund, and we do want that to kind of keep pace in order to fund certain services throughout the city. So we don't want to essentially handicap it to prevent us from being able to support services.
Well, I'd feel better maybe then with this, as if along with that service, maybe, we've talked about it for a long time and never done it, but a person that has a business or wants to start a business, they're always shocked at all the things they have to do. And so maybe rather than discount the business license, maybe what we do to new business owners is we actually have a checklist that's very comprehensive, and so that there's no surprises, so that, because, you know, by the time they pay the business license, they're probably already upset because they've had to jump through so many hoops, but maybe if they know the hoops up front, maybe that's something we can look at. I'm just trying to make it easier for people to start a business in Norco and to hire employees and do that kind of stuff. That's all.
Yeah, administratively, we can address that.
And I can provide a little context and more specifics about kind of the fee changes that are being recommended in there. So most of them are on the out-of-town applicants. So ones that might be in town, like there's farmers market, outdoor city facilities. The current is $31. It would go to $45, right? So that is the typical kind of change that you're actually seeing across board. A lot of those 31 go to 45. The largest changes are to massage businesses or massage technicians. There's more time involved with that and stuff like that, but they're the big ones. Other than that, though, that kind of $14 change is the biggest one that you see in there, from typically like a $31 fee.
Bia?
Well, while we're on the topic of business license, so it says here 15%, the average change, the increase would be 15%. So that's not going to be 15% to all of these different fees, right? So
Correct, that's looking at it collectively, that'd be the
Right.
average change. Each one will have its own respective change depending on amount of time and effort required to process and perform that service, to process the business license.
So it would be interesting to see like the actual list of fees we have and what they're going to be going to. I know it
If you
probably for purposes of this today, just saying the average increase of 15% or whatever it is.
It's the attachment, all the fees.
Pardon me?
It's in
Yeah.
the attachment, it's all the fees.
Yeah, within the
Apologies.
the staff report, there is an attachment that has all the fees listed. So it actually has what we are currently at, what the
What the proposed ones are.
what the proposed is, and what our
Please.
presentation changes is. It is a 70-page document, so it is pretty voluminous.
You're wondering why it didn't take that long to read through it. Robin? Okay. Greg?
Like when we go to animal control, did you, because they have like a senior citizen, are you upgrading that too? For their dog license?
All right, give me just a second. I need to search for that specific fee. There we go. Animal. Someone knows right offhand.
One of the major changes, while he's looking for your specific question, is there is a additional $25 fee that we are doing to non-resident for any particular service, because we want to provide services directly to our citizens, and we are seeing a larger influx of non-residents come in utilizing our services, so it is more on the competitive side. So we wanted to provide more favorable rates to our community.
And so I did find, so the senior citizen dog license, right? So there's a 1, 2, 3 year price. So the 1, 2 year does not change. The 3 year would go from $9 to $10.
Yeah. It just seemed a little bit low. Now that I'm a senior, I looked at it and went, oh, that's cheap.
Yeah, there's definitely a discount being given on animal
Yeah.
control type services.
And then as, for like planning, is that also, you also got it figured in for, you're gonna raise the price for the planning department to be able to, when you submit a set of plans for them?
For
I
second
don't,
plans?
what the increase is gonna be for like the set of plans going in the building department.
Yeah, so the building permit itself would increase. The current cost recovery is like 48%, so that does need to go up a bit to get to full cost recovery.
And it would go up 48%.
No, so it's at 48% now, so it would about double. The building permit would
double?
double, yes. That would be the biggest increase. That's the biggest increase for a building.
I'm getting a lot of complaints about how high it is now. So, that was my thought. Okay. And then, like for the sheriff department, and you mentioned handicap, is that, we don't issue the handicap placard, of course, but as far as like, some cities are really cheap and some are like, you're talking about the citations that they write?
So the citations themselves are not fees, so not included in that. This is purely just when they provide operational cost type stuff. So I need to get to theirs and give you some examples, right? That would help. So I had the printout, but apparently after I printed it, it did not have ink. So I'm trying to work off this. So citation sign-off correction, the handicap placard sign-off, I'd need to kind of defer to explanation of what that is exactly for. But yeah, so they have, DUI, emergency response, recovery fees in there, things like that. There is some kind of, the violations are in there, but they're just not protected. They're
Yeah, I
not
just
projected
wanted-
change.
I didn't know if it was the fee or if it was raising if they're not parking in it.
Yeah,
Makes a big difference.
the handicap placard sign-off is a new fee being introduced this year based on interviews with the sheriff's department.
That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Joshua, on the increase, that we haven't raised these fees in 6 years, haven't adjusted them. Do these new fees take into account, let's say CPI is based on just a 4% average. Do we need to do a catch-up for 6 years at a 4% increase before we look at them again? Or do these fees reflect that increase?
These fees reflect essentially the catch-up to align them to
Okay.
today. We would then do CPI based on the industry average within those areas, bring back to council every year for formal adoption. That would take care of majority of the increases because sometimes certain things do not always keep up with CPI. So for example, staffing cost is one of the substantial. CalPERS goes into that formula, which sometimes can, and health benefits, so on and so forth, can increase 10 to 15% in a particular year. So these catch-ups every 6 years kind of helps align that every so often.
Okay, thank you. My next, Amanda, this is on different questions on asset replacement fund.
Correct.
So starting with the arenas, Marino and Clark, and let me preface this first, notwithstanding consideration groups or core values, okay? That if we have like 2 different events, 2 different applicants, we're charging a asset replacement fee to each group
Correct.
for that arena use.
Yes.
So my concern on this, and this is also for the barn, the turf, and the arena, and the hall, that we're charging $7 or $6 a day currently, and the suggested fee is to go up to $1, to go to $7, which is subsidizing 97% of that cost. And that the full burden cost is $277. So $278 is what's being suggested for asset replacement. We will continually lose money going into the future for the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years if we don't raise that fee. And I'm just looking at certain examples, like, to me, an additional dollar is not going to catch, let's say, the new roof on the hall where we're looking at $500,000 if we're lucky, or the $500,000 on the electrical for Merino Arena, or the unknown when we have to replace that roof here soon on Merino, that's going to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so that's a concern I have with my, that I'm suggesting to our colleagues, that we need to charge more on this asset replacement, but considering, where do core values and where do consideration groups come in?
A little bit of context from my perspective is, reason why we did that particular suggestion, it was the historical previous practice based on core values to kind of align that for the foreseeable future. Now, we can increase that based on council direction, as the point of these workshops is to increase that more towards that $277 suggested fee. Now, we can do that over the next few years in larger increments, or we can just do one big mass catch-up and just do $250 fee, if so wished. We can go as high as the $277, but we just can't go above that particular factor.
Right.
Yeah.
But like I said, we have to consider the groups and the usage, but we're going to be losing big dollars if we don't increase that fund.
Yeah, that's the whole point of these fees, is to essentially pre-fund some of these into the future, so that we can continue to provide said facility into there and to limit any disruptions to for constructions, downage of, let's say the AC goes out and it's an old component. We have to wait months in order to get that area cannot be utilized, or structurally the facility is not sound, so on and so forth.
So I think that's, and I'm welcome to take any or listen to any discussion on that. I think on most of the others, to me, they seem in line. I don't, it's like yard sale permits, right? They're $10 or whatever, and we can't get people to pay that. There's no reason to raise that one.
Yeah,
We're
that
doing
one,
it a couple of bucks, aren't we?
Yeah, that one is essentially, you don't want to essentially price yourself out to people actually performing, essentially permitting their particular activity.
Elasticity.
Exactly.
Okay.
The whole idea is to have them do it. We can have it partially, at least majority regulated, and lightens the burden on code enforcement when they do their particular enforcement activities for that particular thing, should they be going out and doing that.
And if I may, if we do look at that asset replacement fund, I would want to consider just ensuring that we're not pricing ourselves out of the market.
Correct.
Also, when we talk about our consideration groups, we do have on page 52 our consideration groups, and I would want to modify that matrix to include that they do not have to pay that fee, because that would be an extra burden to these groups like Majeska Mavericks, Norco Wranglers, Saddle and Harness. So we would not want to impact those groups.
Correct. That's why I prefaced it that way.
Understood.
Right. Trying to look longer term on what those cost impacts are going to be.
In addition to facilities and maintenance, asset replacement funds, I also believe that community services for their buildings also has that, so I would like to also incorporate that as well.
If I may, for community services, it is at the same rate. And currently, the 4 special consideration groups, which are Norco Girls Softball, Norco Little League, AYSO, and JAF, do not get charged that asset replacement fee.
And I don't have heartburn for that. It's the one-offs or the two-offs that,
Yeah, and the departments can be distinctly separated because they are distinct, separate activities. So the council can make a direction to do one division versus another as an option.
And the same, I think, for community services. You don't
Correct.
want to price
You can
out your
treat,
market either.
Community services, parks, and facilities, and Ingalls separately, if so wished.
Okay. That's all I had. any thoughts on that? Or Kevin?
One of the things that and I don't know, I haven't run this by Dana, but I had thought to bring it up at the end of tonight, two things actually. We have a lot of historic photos at the historic room, and we're putting them online, and maybe with the prison situation, if it holds, people may want to get photos, and I'm just wondering if maybe for reproductions, because it does take Amy's time, it does take Dana's time, how would you feel if we began to charge, I don't know, I mean, UCLA for a photo charges $200. I'm not saying do that, but I mean, we do have a huge, we have thousands of photos. We have, just early Norco alone, we have 1,000. And maybe we should consider charging if somebody wants a reproduction of a photo, and along with that, it would include, they have to get permission to use it, things like that, and maybe look at that.
I would think that would be something I would need to do a study to see exactly what other cities are doing, what the process would be, especially in working with our communications and marketing on what the, getting permissions and things like that.
And I know we can't do it now, but pretty much everything, in fact, everything I've given you is public domain. So basically, somebody can just take it right off the internet and use it. And I think that if we can control that a little better, it might be a way to bring some money into that historic room.
And that has something we have talked about, and even reproducing and auction, things like that for fundraising for the room also. So that'll be something that will.
Copies.
Copies.
Copies, yes.
No.
Copies. And then the other thing, I was looking through here last night, and I couldn't find it. Is there anything here about our filming fees?
I'm sorry, our which fee?
Filming, in other words, somebody comes in and wants to shoot a television show, or?
Yes, those are currently under the Community Services Department.
Where is that? I was looking for it. What page?
Give us a moment, please.
So when I search, I do see them under planning, filming 1 to 4 days, and then greater than 4 days.
Now that I did see, and I thought, well, is that to film some project for planning? That I was confused. That's because what I'm referring to is we do have an ordinance in which if you're a nonprofit, it's free. If you're a student, it's a free. And if you're not, it's a $500 a day. And I would like to actually break that down more. For example, if you come in to shoot a commercial, which we've actually had several commercials shot here, I think that $500 a day is too cheap. I think that it should be up, but I also think that there's, when these things were written in 2011, there was no social media, there's a whole bunch of things that have occurred since we wrote these codes, and I think that we need to find that middle, so they're not paying $500 a day, but they have to get the permit, and then it needs to be broken down more. If, in fact, they're going to film on the trail, then that incurs a cost, because then there's a safety issue that comes into play. If they want to film at Ingalls Park, well, then they're going to have to pay a little bit more for Ingalls Park. I also think there needs to be some categories of types of filming. And so I just think that, and we can't do it today, I get that, but I think that we actually have a commodity that a lot of people might want to use in filming, especially on social media. And I'm not saying give it to them for free, but I think because a lot of these people, they're getting, I'm not sure how it works, but they're making money by the number of people watching. And so I think we need to find a way to maybe re-look at that. So that, along with the fee structure for the historic room, I think that we need to figure out a way, we need to do something for the filming in Norco that occurs. So that, one, we're accessible, because so we have one production company right now that is filming a lot of stuff about Norco, and a lot is being put out there, which is really great stuff. So we have to find that balance. I'm not sure what it is, but I do think we don't charge enough if a production company actually comes to town and wants to film here.
Yeah, so currently the fees are on the planning division on page 65 of the report. The one thing you believe you recently referenced. As far as filming by breaking out by particular activity. That's something that can be explored into this or a future study. In regards to the historic component of it, I do agree with Dana that we will have to do some comparisons to other agencies. We do have to look at impact to department staff, what staff requirements are going to be needed, time and materials. Ink is not cheap.
No,
And then
I
getting a
mean-
particular, give it a particular quality. We also have to look into legalities of essentially marking certain photos for in the digital era of how we can protect those, if you will. So that one might require a little bit of time to do the appropriate scope of research.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it today. And then I also think the filming, because I did see this and I was confused. I thought, well, this is some kind of filming maybe for houses or something. I think it needs to go into an entirely different department.
Yeah, this
Probably,
is-
unfortunately, Kelly over there, but, or somebody.
Yeah, this would be something that would probably be segregated by a particular division, depending on the activity that we discuss with the particular departments.
Anyway, that's all I have. I agree with the mayor. I'm pretty much in line. I don't really like the credit card fee, but that's because it's,
Kevin, I have one comment. Alejandra's team currently, the community services team, is processing those film permits, so they are doing that. Also, when we have had filming at Ingalls, what we do require is that they pay the permit, but that they also pay our rental fees too, because they're taking our arenas out of service. So that's something that we can look at and put into consideration as part of these fees.
and also they provide public safety and all that kind of stuff. Are they
Correct.
paying our deputies or are they paying our firemen?
Yes, we would require that. That's what we've done. And it's just really based on what they're doing. You know, the last film permit one of the last film permits we had was ESPN, and they had a horseshoe tournament at Marino or Clark Arena. And so with them taking the other Marino Arena out of service, they had to pay for that. And we made some deals with them to make it
Do we
work.
have someplace where that's all written down? Maybe we can codify that?
I think we're going to have to establish that.
Yeah, I'd like that, because, you know, one of the things I'd really like to do is I would like to kind of sell Norco as a filming location. We have a lot of things that are really cool here. I mean, rodeos can be shot here. There's all kinds of things that could occur here.
Yes.
And I just don't think they know about it. And the woman who does she still have the contract with us? The woman who was the location scout?
Yes. I don't believe
She's kind of gone inactive.
yes.
So maybe look her up again and see if she wants to get active again, or, because she was bringing a lot of interest to Norco.
We can look at that.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Need another master chef to come in. Amanda, just perusing through these, why did we reduce cleaning fees? Or, I think I'm reading this correctly, where it showed cleaning, it said the current fee is fully burdened, and then, probably slipped away from me. Then it just showed a set amount.
Is it for the hall or
Yeah,
400? Okay.
I think I hit this and it. So like cleaning, current fee, fully burdened, and now it's, our cost is $569, and we're just gonna charge a flat $500 now for cleaning.
So that is contracted out through our janitorial provider. And so that is the $569, I believe that's our cost, right? That's our cost for scheduling the work and everything like that. We can look at increasing that.
So an outside contractor's included or being proposed to be included in the $500, or is that an add-on?
That's part of, that is to capture the cost of the cleaning fees and then also our administrative costs.
So the reason why we put it as fully burdened is in the event, there is the flat rate if one person uses it for X amount of time.
Right.
Just them coming out does have a flat cost. Now, if it is more heavily used, requires more additional cleaning, more time and whatnot, we do want to recoup those that cost, what's paid by the city at fully burn.
And then we had talked previously on the EV, on the chargers. Do you feel that increase in cost will cover our cost now?
Yes. Yes, we did an extensive analysis on that. We looked at other charge point chargers in the area. We felt that that was a competitive cost. We would cover our electrical cost and any sort of costs associated with like maintenance. And I've also been talking with Joshua about putting the remaining fund balance, any revenues that we do get, into a maintenance fund for future maintenance on those electrical EV charging stations.
Did we ever add disconnects to those?
We did.
Emergency
This last year.
shutoffs?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Good idea. Anything else? Thank you. Your report was really good. Yeah, very concise. Got it. Joshua, good job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So next steps, we will reconvene with the consultant and see what we can explore into this next one within a reasonable amount of time. Ones that require a little bit extra time, we will defer to a future period and do as a separate independent analysis to them. One we do want to bring to your attention is the voluntary ranch license that is on our radar. That is a can of worms that we want to spend right amount of time on. Right now, we're leaving the fee in there as a placeholder, if you will.
Okay.
The current ordinance within our municipal code is designed for the time it was implemented. It is going to require a lot of legal input for city's liability, the actual process of what animal control and other services will entail, in order for us to actually see what it would actually cost to perform X service. Until that ordinance is updated and whatnot, we cannot propose a new rate at this time, but that will be coming maybe within the next 6 to 9 months as the departments confer to update that process.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Robin?
Yeah,
It
that's
was-
interesting. When that was written, Cal Poly, Berwin and I were on the ad hoc committee that wrote that. And Cal Poly wrote that. But that was written like
It was written a long time ago, and
20 years ago.
it doesn't fit the times. It's a lot of.
It's a good idea.
It is in concept, and it would. And at the time, it probably did work at this time, but the liability.
People
is a
going
big
on the property and checking and.
It's a big gaping hole that puts so much exposure to the city that before we reoffer that program, we really need to look at that.
Okay. And Joshua, you'll get back to council on these few items and
Yes, we will do that within the coming weeks.
Okay. This coming week mean next week, maybe?
As soon as possible.
Okay.
As soon as
No,
we have
I mean, I'm
answers
just-
to you.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Last call. Okay, moving on. This is a introduction of the Beacon Hill property and determine if council desires to discuss price and terms in closed session or report.
Yes,
Colin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a preliminary item before council possibly goes into closed session to discuss price and terms. The property, APN, is on the agenda. It is generally referred to as Beacon Hill. It's a 25-acre property that has mostly commercial general zoning with portions of it that have our housing development overlay. We did receive word that the property owner was looking to sell the property. Before council discusses price and terms in closed session, staff just wanted to reach out and find out if this is something that council desires to go back and discuss in closed session. Council can discuss making an offer on the entire property or just a portion of the property. Just to note, for those parcels that have a housing development overlay, If council makes an offer, purchases the property and zoned it to something besides housing, then it will trigger no net loss, and we'll have to rezone the lost residential units somewhere else in the city. So at this point, before closed session, all we're looking for is to see whether council desires to go into closed session to discuss price and terms.
Question. On HDOs, can you place HDOs on open space?
We can, but then the open space is now zoned for housing.
Correct. Okay. Not that I'm proposing it, don't freak out with this, okay? That's all I had. So,
I have a question.
go ahead, Kevin.
So if we own a property that is zoned HDO, don't we have a certain amount of power?
We do, but if the property is no longer buildable, available immediately for what is, in most cases, ministerial housing, then we have to put those residential units somewhere else. We can't take them off. We can't buy the
No,
property.
no, what I'm saying is you leave it, and then don't we have a negotiating chip?
We do, but there's still the objective factors that we have to put into play, and the state has taken a lot of the discretion.
Really?
I mean, if we wanted to continue to own the property and then make negotiations as a landlord, and we had a developer that was willing to accept those, that would be one thing. And then we do have the landlord authority, but most developers aren't going to want to do it, and if we try to do it and a developer is dissatisfied, they can go to HCD, and HCD can say, the property is no longer available for housing, no net loss, we have to rezone those units somewhere else.
Got it. All right, thanks.
Well, what would you like to do? Would you like to discuss this in closed session? Kevin?
Only reason I would like to is because at one point we talked about maybe making that parkland and swapping some of Neil Snipes, the front of it, to maybe make it commercial. We talked about that at one point. I'm not certain if that's something anybody wants to do, but maybe it's worth a few minutes to talk about.
Thea? Robin? Okay. Greg? All right. So we'll add that to closed session.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Amanda? Nope. Thank you, all of staff. Hopefully you're all an early quit today.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, can I ask that you move the WRCOG presentation to the beginning of the council meeting, beginning at 7? Maybe it's already on there?
Move it to,
Move it to the regular meeting at 7 o'clock. Item, perhaps before consent calendar, between item 2 and 3, we'll add it as 2A.
It's under.
okay,
it's
instead
under
of not presentations?
Presentations.
It's under presentations.
It is, but the presentations is before closed session, and then we have the meeting at 7, so I was just making sure that it was included as part of the regular meeting.
Yeah. It is, Colin. It looks like I have it on there twice. Or I moved it when I was correcting the agenda for the mayor, doing a scripted agenda. That was my error. It's on the one that was
No, it's already
posted.
correct then if you have
That
it
was
there.
my error.
So
No
leave it
error.
under presentations.
Yes,
Correct, where it's
sorry, I
at.
was being overly cautious. The
Okay,
agenda's
well, I
correct.
was going to tell you no, so there you have it. Anything else? Then we'll go ahead and close the workshop. And Colin, can we go into closed session now?
We can, if you don't mind, I'd read the closed session items.
Hang on a second. Okay, that ends our workshop, the Beacon Hill. And we'll now go in, Colin, if we can go into closed session.
Closed session, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 2 cases, conference with real property negotiators, conference with real property negotiators, and another conference with real property negotiators, and a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation regarding the Huntington Beach versus Newsom request for amicus support.
Thank you. We'll adjourn to closed session. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene the city council meeting. Will the city attorney please report on actions taken in closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1, conference with labor negotiator. Council gave authority to the negotiators. Item number 2, anticipated litigation, 2 potential cases, no reportable action. Council was updated. Item number 3, real property negotiation. Council gave authority to the negotiators. Item number 4, real property negotiations, was not discussed. We're going to do that at the next meeting. Item number 5, real property negotiations. Council was updated. Item 6, anticipated litigation. Council authorized the city attorney to search out amicus support for the city of Huntington Beach. And that was a 5-0 vote.
Thank you, Colin. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer and the invocation by Pastor Michelle. Good to see you, Michelle.
Me and the salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Good evening. I have been praying for you all afternoon. I checked because I was like, wait, is it tonight that I have the invocation? So I looked and I saw that you started at 4, and so I started praying then because, you know, can never use enough of that. In the summertime, I like to spend some time in the Psalms, and so I just want to share with you a little bit of summer in the Psalms tonight from Psalm 105. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, call upon his name, make known his deeds among the peoples. And verse 4 says, seek the Lord and his strength, seek his face continually. And so would you do that with me right now? Gracious and loving God, we seek you. We come to you tonight and we thank you for your goodness, for your strength, for your faithfulness. In this world of uncertainty, we can count on you. In this world that shakes in the middle of the night, we can count on you. Thank you, Lord, for this leadership, for this staff, for this community, for their care and commitment to right and good. We invite you, Lord, we invoke you to lead thoughts tonight, to lead words tonight. May they bring unity, community, and goodness to Horsetown, USA. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for each person who is gathered here tonight. May this evening be a blessing to them and a blessing to this gathering and this community. We thank you, Lord. God bless the United States of America, and God bless Horsetown, USA. Amen.
Thank you, Michelle. You always appreciate it. All right, we're going to move into our WRCOG Inland Regional Energy Network, City of Norco Final Energy Resilience Roadmap. Casey Daly, WRCOG. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How are
Good.
you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Casey Daly. I serve as the Director of Energy and Environmental Programs with the Western Riverside Council of Governments, or WRCOG. And I'm excited to be here tonight to provide a presentation on some of the activities that we've been doing with the City of Norco. I've been here before, so some of this might seem a little familiar, but just as a refresher, IREN is a collaboration between the 3 councils of government that collectively make up Riverside and San Bernardino County. So your local regional agency is WRCOG. Our partners to the east, obviously, Coachella Valley, and then our friends to the north up there in San Bernardino County. So collectively, we are the inland region, and this is who we are. We're your local champion for energy efficiency. You can see here, I won't read all of this, but really we're out here to try to help support the community, the residents, and the businesses and local governments in building a clean energy economy. And specifically, we're working to empower local governments to help save money by saving energy. We have 3 distinct areas that we're authorized to work in: codes and standards, workforce education, and then the public sector. You'll hear a lot about the public sector a little later on, but I'm just going to talk very quickly about, well, before I get to that, so our eligible agencies on the public side, you can see here, so it's the cities, the counties, but also special districts, water districts, school districts, tribes. So in addition to the city, we'd love to get connected with the local school district, water district, special district. Please have them reach out. So now I want to just talk briefly about the Iron Energy Fellowship. The city is kind of one of our shining stars when it comes to the fellowship program. In fact, the city of Norco was the first city to hire its fellow on full-time. And so we're very proud of that, and every opportunity I get to remind all of you and anybody else, I try to take that opportunity. But our fellowship program really is a great way to introduce young professionals into local government as well as to the world of energy. We have a program that provides funding for an individual to come work full-time for 11 months. We pay for their living allowances as well as an educational stipend. You can see on the bottom right there of the screen the kind of projects that they work on. So lots of energy efficiency, but also EV projects, renewables. So there's a lot of different opportunities for folks to get some experience and get their feet wet. And hopefully we have more of our cities emulate the city of Norco. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Anthony Segura, who's going to get into a really good in-depth detail on where we are with the city of Norco on the public sector side. Anthony?
Thank you, Casey. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name, again, is Anthony Segura. Basically, I'm going to take you through the snapshot journey for the City of Norco to date. So a technical approach, or the technical opportunities that we provide the City of Norco, is we start off with energy data collection. We collect 36 months of utility data. Then we developed an energy resilience roadmap. We have developed 2 to date for the City of Norco, a preliminary one, looking at your buildings, what's the highest consumers, and which ones are actually being paid into the most. And then we've done a final resilience roadmap, which adds a resilience layer to it, which is like, hey, is this site eligible for EV, solar, battery storage? What are the capabilities, and kind of how can we continue moving forward? Through this analysis, we also have done 3 site audits. So we've done City Hall, the fire station, Hillside Fire Station, and the arenas as well. We've also presented through these audits what is eligible: lighting, HVACs, water heaters. Through this audit, and we provided the kind of the cost estimates, the financial analysis, the eligibility of incentives through IREN's cash for kilowatts. Kind of getting to the lower part of the mountain, we're at the point where, hey, we're getting close to fund these projects, but also the design and construction. We're here to help the city. We could provide feedback on technical language for bids, review the bids, and make sure that at the end of the day, the product still qualifies for the incentive itself, because that's one of the big things in IREN. We want to make sure there's money coming back for these projects. And then lastly, funding and finance. So the end goal is for Casey to come back here with a giant check for these projects. That's the end goal, and we're helping you get to that step. So as Casey mentioned earlier, you've probably seen this. This is part of your roadmap. So this is an average annual energy cost of what the City of Norco is paying. So roughly a little over $930,000 goes to this pie chart. So almost 60% is your buildings. 30% is the pumps, with street lights and outdoor lighting having a little sliver. As mentioned earlier, we take a look at 36 months of utility data, but also we're no longer in 2020, 2023. We do realize this has changed, so we would love to work and update these numbers as well once we complete some projects. Again, buildings. We identified the 3 top consumers: City Hall, the fire station, and we comboed the event center and the arenas together. So we included that as one audit. But again, for the buildings, total annual cost, you're paying $441,000 roughly. The energy usage is 1.3 million kilowatt hours, and then on the gas side, 9,000 therms. Part of this program is to provide back, give incentives for eligible projects to offset some of the gross costs, but also focus at critical facilities, emergency cooling centers. With those critical facilities, there is a incentive kicker. Original incentives are $1 per kWh saved. The incentive kicker is $2 per kWh. For this year, 2025, any project application for any site, you lock in that $2 kicker. So I would like to show you in the next slides what we're doing to help you lock that in. And as mentioned, HVACs, lighting, heat pump water heaters, anything that saves electric load or even gas load at the meter is going to be eligible through our program after we vet things with our technical team. First case study, or kind of first shout out, is the Hillside Fire Station. So we did an audit in Q2 of 2024, identified several measures, but the main one that stuck out to the city team was LED lighting. This is interior LED lighting. Right now, this is based off the effective useful life of 5 years for the lights. So over 5 years, energy bills, you're saving $42,615. Estimated lifetime energy savings for the EUL of 5 years, almost 160,000 kWh, and the estimated incentive is a little over 11,000. City Hall, same thing. We did the audit same date as the fire station. This has more measures that we're looking into: interior lighting, occupancy sensors for that smart control, an induction stove oven upgrade. So some cost estimates here is, again, this is also effective useful life of 5 years. $18,000 saved on your utility bill, with a little over 290,000 kWh saved. And estimated incentives is a little under 28,000. And then also we're exploring incentives right now for the arena lighting at Moreno. So we do understand that we did an audit. We have plans that the city has shared with us. Right now what we're doing is identifying incentives. How much will this cost? Is this eligible? Because we also want to help this opportunity. And we understand that this is also a project that is upcoming as well. So this is one thing that's on our radar as well. And a lot of this could not have been completed without our energy champions at the city. So thank you to Amanda and Galilea. All of these milestones, from starting the conversation to audits, initial measures list, 2025 to date, energy platforms and support through building upgrade concierge, also known for short as BUCK, the submission of project intent forms, which means, hey, we're interested, lock us in for these incentives. And as last month, City Hall and Hillside Fire Station has passed the predictability analysis. So those numbers you've seen as estimates are pretty much spot on for right now until we complete the project, because we have to go back and do another data report. But we want to make sure at the end of the day, the numbers are QC'd and fine to put that number on the check. And then right now, we're actually working on incentive applications. So I want to say we're 60% of the way. And kind of what is next is submission of applications, fire station this month, City Hall in September. And I also want to open the door. This isn't the end. We have additional opportunities, again, as mentioned, identifying incentives for the lighting at the arenas, opening for more future audits. This City Hall, I know we're going to do it, but libraries, community centers, anything else that you would like to do, come to us. We're here to help out. And with all this success, we want to promote you, case studies, social media for IRAN. We're here to help make City of Norco known and spoken. Hortstown, USA all the way, right? And then lastly, I don't want to say no. Bring the ideas to me. I'm here to help out Casey, his team, our team. We're here to continue this support. This concludes the presentation. We'd love to address any questions, if any.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the report. Before I ask my colleagues, do you have the Station 47 HVAC future project on your radar?
It's on our radar. We're looking at the plans. The thing to get more technical, in order to qualify for cash for kilowatt incentive, the projects have to meet a 10% or more savings at the meter. So a lot of the opportunities identified have met that threshold. So that's why we have to vet and QC some of these data. So we're still reviewing. It just gets difficult because it's a net metered approach, and in order to qualify and access those incentives, 10% is needed at the meter. And I do apologize for the technicality.
No, I understand that. And I appreciate this with the arena lighting. And maybe we can influence a board member or two to increase that amount. But any questions, comments? Kevin? Nope, good.
It's a fantastic program. Really appreciate all the work you're putting into it. And what's amazing is they're doing this with all the cities. I mean, it's I don't know how you do all the work, but it's a really good deal, and I'm really excited about it. So thank you guys for coming.
I would like to know, I do apologize, so the incentives it's cut into 2 installments. So you'll see the first 40% 3 months after project completion, and then the final 60% is after the full year of the project. So Casey will come multiple times with those checks.
Hold you to that. Any other comments? Greg? Question?
I'm going to put you on the spot here. I was just talking to Amanda, and what a better place to put solar. Now, Amanda, we needs help because, like she said earlier, all the solar grants that we're getting are hard to get right now. With your guys' help, we'd love to be your poster child. If you would help us get at Ingalls Park, and we could put solar up there that would cover our costs for all of our buildings that we have up there. It would be great. It'd be shade for all the animals in back, shade for parking, and we could put it on the west side to keep the sun from blinding everybody that's in the arena. And what a better play. We got an open canvas that we can put it up there, but we just need to find a grant.
Understood. Well, that's part of what we can help with. We're always open to identify grants. We can work to help write those grants, and where there is opportunity for us to incorporate, kind of on that technical side, the analysis around how it would help pencil out. We're happy to help do that. We've got a couple pending decisions with the CPUC to get us fully over that hump, but with respect to grant identification and application, we can absolutely help with that.
If you could, if I could get both your guys' cards and get one to Amanda too.
Absolutely.
Because I love the idea. I mean, we've got the park across the street, we got parks there, and we got the barn, we got everything. And what better way to fund all that electricity through solar?
I've got a couple ideas. We can talk. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And Greg, Amanda has all the contact information. Okay. All right. Okay, let's start with City Council reports on regional boards, please.
Chris Gray is here tonight, so I'm gonna let him bring some very good news from Western Regional Council of Governments. The Riverside Conservation Authority, well, you kind of put that strange up there, huh? That's 2 groups. Anyway, the Riverside Conservation Authority, we're having some trouble in that, and I've kind of talked about it before. We're being forced to purchase property that's really not good property. And we have an incident that just happened in which if the property owner disagrees with our appraiser, they get their own appraiser. And then if that appraiser isn't agreeable to both of us, then we go to an outside appraiser. And for the first time, what's happened is that appraiser came back $1 million more than the top appraisal. And we're forced to buy it. And so we're being forced to buy properties along freeways that are just inside the zone. And what's very frustrating is, and we actually had this trouble in WRCOG too, is that we're one of the few cities that keeps people on the commissions. A lot of them, they rotate. And what's bad about that is there's no institutional memory. And so, like Greg and Robin, and maybe Greg also has been around, we remember when you couldn't build anything because you had to go through state and federal wildlife organizations, and they would hold things out for years. And so now what you can do is you can mitigate under the Endangered Species Act. You can, save the birds somewhere else, and you can build in your town. And so what's happening though is that they establish cells. And the wildlife folks will not let us change as the times have changed. They won't let us change the designation of the cell to sort of kick it out of the system. If the property owner finds out that it's worth more than what they would actually get for it on fair market value, we have to buy it. And so it's really creating a really terrible situation for us. And we're trying to wiggle a way out of it, and there'll be another report next month. Hopefully next month. I'll be reviewing it in about a week to try to help us not go bankrupt as an organization. And the reality is a lot of the younger folks that are on the commission don't realize that they kind of want to fight, and then they want to sort of say, no, do this or don't do that or get rid of the plan. And the problem is, without this plan, cities like Marietta and Temecula would not look the way they look today. And so that's kind of what's going on. And it seems like every time I'm the chair of an organization, the stuff hits the fan. So, but it's actually very interesting, and we have a huge meeting on September 5th in which we're going to the properties. And so it's a little bit frustrating right now. So I'm trying to encourage them, you know, go out and see the properties we're saving, go out and see the properties we're being forced to buy. And so that's kind of where we're at. And then I'm going to leave the WRCOG update to Chris Gray. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You want Chris to do that now?
You can if you like.
Or under public comments?
It's under public comments.
Want to do it under public comments? Great.
All right.
Fia.
So July 28th, I attended the RCTC Western Riverside County Programs and Projects Committee meeting, and it was pretty much business as usual. Thank you.
Greg?
There's one up there we forgot, and it was yesterday, the National Night Out. It was great to see everybody up there. It was really good function, and Norco stepped up, and it was awesome. Love seeing all the deputies and the firefighters, and it was really nice. But going to the movie in the parks, and this is for the Sheriff Department and Bill. You guys solved a big case. What happened was somebody went up there with his 4 kids and lost his car. And then he called it in to get it reported stolen, and Bill found it for him. So Bill was able to solve the missing car case. But with that being said, he did go out of his way with the Sheriff Department's help to make sure if the car in fact was stolen, that they would have a ride home. And great kudos to the Sheriff Department and to the civilian volunteers. And movie night was great. Tiffany was phenomenal, as she was in everything she does, even broken toe and all. And then me and Kevin Bash went to last Sunday for the coronation of the Norco Posse Queens. We got 4 new queens this year, and it was a great contest. They're all beautiful, and I can't say enough about it, and that's all I got.
Is your mosquito board, are you dark in August? Your regional board?
We had it. I showed up, but there wasn't a quorum.
Okay, all right.
Nobody, it was supposed to, but they had to cancel it.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Mr. Mayor,
Robin?
for my report, I would like to say you're going to give an update on SB 322.
Okay, so do we go to my report to see what Robin's report is? Nothing to report. Perfect. I'm gonna ask Colin to help me out with more of the update on this. So we just been, as you know, let me find my notes so I can get it correctly. This is a new bill going through the Senate, SB 322, and it's the Urban Equestrian Inclusion Zone. It is now in its second round of appropriations going back to committee. They made some changes, one of them being like from incentive zone to inclusion zone. And it's just going to be another tool in the toolbox, hopefully. But Colin and I had some discussions on just how to do a brief update on how this would benefit Norco and actually any equestrian community?
Sure. Well, one of the advantages of the law, and it's more general, is the findings. You know, it goes through great lengths to talk about California having a strong equestrian heritage, and then it names cities specifically, probably about 10 to 15 cities. Norco is one of them, specifically named in the law for having an equestrian heritage. So if nothing else, you know, that can be cited in every single argument we make about preserving our equestrian lifestyle. Looking to the law, it actually allows us to preserve horse properties. It is more advantageous to cities that have discrete pockets of horse properties because it can trigger no net loss if you zone a property for equestrian horse properties. So say the city of Orange that has the San Diego Canyon area, they can zone that area equestrian inclusion and then get contracts, private contracts with individual property owners that say that the property can be used for nothing else but equestrian purposes for a number of years, at least 5. And in that case, you preserve that property. In Orange, you would rezone those somewhere else. So you could say, okay, we want to keep this area a horse area, and we have these areas over here that are high density, we'll put the housing over there. In Norco, we have the advantage that can actually sometimes be a small disadvantage that the entire city's horse area. So it's going to be more difficult for us to take horse area in one property and put it somewhere else. But it's an option, it's a tool in the tool shed. And frankly, we have a lot of properties where we wouldn't really need to downsize the density of a property. Most properties are just single-family homes. So if a property agrees to, a property owner agrees to, say, set aside a parcel, maybe they own 2 parcels next to each other, and set one aside for exclusively equestrian purposes, you know, maybe we lose 1 unit, if you could even say you lose a unit, because there's really no housing on it. And then we'd have to move one somewhere else. But it really is a tool in the tool shed, especially if we want to kind of really drill down on some areas of the city that we're going to make a stronger, more limited equestrian area. And if it's something the council wants to do, and we do want to have options, then we can build up some incentives for property owners to ask that their property become an equestrian historic district. We're still waiting on the law to pass. HCD just added, I believe it was HCD or somebody just added a bunch of changes to it to try to water it down. But frankly, there's still a lot in there that's good, especially the findings. So we're waiting to see where the law goes. It hasn't passed yet, but it has some helpful provisions to it, and I know the mayor has helped work on it. So it's another tool in the toolbox, and we're looking forward to it being passed.
Thank you, Colin. You explained it much better than I. But along with that, and Robin, this is your field of expertise, is on the urban agricultural incentive zone. And you've been asked to speak at the California State Horsemen's Association luncheon in November on that. You don't know about it yet. And that's all I have to report. Moving on to the consent calendar.
Public comments.
What did I miss? Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. I'm going to call upon the city clerk. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do, Mayor. This is the time when persons wishing to address the presiding governmental body regarding the consent calendar, legislative matters, or items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Please submit a speaker card to the meeting clerk. Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The Ralph M. Brown Act limits the government body's ability to respond to comments on non-agendized matters at the time such comments are made. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. Our first speaker is Chris Gray from WRCOG.
Evening, Chris.
Evening, Mayor, members of the council. As Kevin Bash was teasing my presence, I wanted to just share with you that on Monday, the WRCOG Executive Committee approved an allocation of $4 million to the city of Norco. This funding is for the construction of sound walls along Hamner Avenue. As I've been made aware through a number of conversations I've had with Mr. Bash and city staff, there's some of your residents are concerned about sound. This particularly relates to the construction of the Norco Bridge. And so the city will have $4 million to fix that. I want to point out that this funding came from the TUMP program, which is a regional traffic impact fee program. The city's been a participant for 20 years. And I also want to say that this funding was made available because your city worked with your neighbors, Eastvale, Norco, Corona, Riverside County, for them to all come together and to agree to give this money to the city of Norco. This was not a WRCOG only decision. And I also want to recognize that it was Mr. Bash's tireless advocacy that made this happen, because he called me a lot. And I made sure he talked to people a lot. But I just want to say this is a real instance of regional collaboration. This is money collected from all over the WRCOG region, which is coming to Norco to fix a problem in the city of Norco. And it's just a great story of us all coming together. So congratulations, and we look forward to working with your staff to get those sound walls built.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly appreciate it,
Happy
all
to
you
do.
do.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you taking Kevin's phone calls. I know what that must be like.
I panicked because I missed one today. I couldn't get to my phone in time. But anyways, I just want to say, again, we want to thank the city for being in the TUM program, being an active participant. And these are the kind of problems we need to solve regionally, and I appreciate the city's partnership. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bonnie Slager.
Hi, Bonnie.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank all of you for nominating me a Senior Legacy Award. That's rather humbling to have that happen. So
You deserve it.
I do appreciate that. And looking forward to the lunch next week. And then to remind everybody, it's almost fair time, and I have fair buttons for sale. And for those of you that work here at City Hall, fair buttons are available in the clerk's office,
Correct.
right, Dana?
Yes, they are, Monday through Thursday, 8 to 6.
And they're $15 each now and $20 at the gate, so get your fair buttons now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Dana, what are you selling the buttons for?
We'll talk about it later, Mayor. Nothing to be on the record, thank you. Our next speaker is Lucas Negroni.
Evening, Lucas.
Evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm one of the founders of Pastura Films. We're a small independent production company based here in Norco. And we spent the last few months telling stories that showcase what makes this town special. So from rodeo culture to local businesses, and we didn't charge most of the people we filmed for. But we're now being told we need to pay, I think it's $587 per day that we film in the city. And even if we're not blocking streets, using city services, or disrupting anyone, and for a small startup like ours, that fee is unsustainable, and it threatens to shut us down entirely. That's why we came here tonight.
Okay, we will have a visit with a staff member and have a staff member reach out to you on that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Our next speaker is Terry Young.
Hi, Tara.
Hello, everyone. It has come to my attention that we have a city code that is in desperate need of updating. Chapter 5, Section 10, the filming permit regulations. This code was written all the way back in 2011. At that time, MySpace was crumbling because of a rising competitor, Facebook. Instagram had barely launched in the fall of 2010, long before TikTok. It was a time when social media relevance wasn't at the forefront of our lives as it is today. In modern day culture, businesses thrive and grow when they have a successful social media campaign. This requires engaging content, often in video form. This dated code is more focused on big Hollywood productions, not considering the myriad of small individual businesses in videography that have popped up since then. Some even use a camera as simple as the phones in our pockets. Many of us who film in the city do so on a small scale, and the cumbersome permit fees would only squash business growth, favoring large productions that can pay the fees without the blink of an eye. These businesses that film in the city are most often promoting local businesses and our unique lifestyle. Considering that the city has virtually no engaging content on social media, this type of free publicity and recognition should be applauded, not penalized. I would also like to gently remind you that this has the potential to escalate into First Amendment free speech rights. These small video teams or individuals are doing no harm to the city, no traffic impediments. In fact, they are benefiting the city in a big way. Remember, too many hurdles set by governments destroy prosperity and thriving businesses. I hope that you will agendize this code for discussion and revision, which I believe you've already started that process, for the next meeting on August 20th. So thank you, Kevin. Maybe you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Ohan. I don't want to mess up your last name. Shitien.
Good evening. My name is Ohan Chichen. As you many might know me from the farming community, now we started a filming venture. So we've been promoting the city of Norco and the lifestyle, because we actually live the lifestyle and we live here in Norco, so we're actually promoting what people don't understand about Norco, what happens backstage in Norco in video format. And so lately we had a little problem with the city when we kindly asked them if we could film on the street without blocking anything, just on a sidewalk, just interviewing people on horses. Just simple questions like, what do you feed your horse and why? Or what kind of horse do you have? Just to to start a fire between the horse community, and for people to know each other. Like, you see people riding on horses on the street for years and you don't know who they are. So our project is to kind of to get to know your neighbor in a different way that you don't see in a common way. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's basically we're trying to do in video, meet your neighbor in a ranch and a horse-related, farming-related way. So the city said that you cannot do that because you need a special permit and you need to pay $578 per day to film something. We're not making money, and we're promoting the city and the lifestyle. So I think that needs to be revised and put on an agenda next so we could vote on it. And so I think these regulations are hurting us because we're doing it not for profit. So it's coming out of our pockets to film these videos. So we've filmed rodeos, we've filmed stuff that nobody wants to film, like the quarter dip. So we filmed that nobody has, and we're promoting stuff that people don't know about it. They might not been in years, and by us showcasing videos of, we were gonna go to the pageant, like the Monty Posse, we couldn't make it, but that's the stuff we're trying to showcase that nobody has had the time or the will to capture on video. So I think the city was a little bit too aggressive towards us. Instead of listening to what we're doing, they just wanted to implement a fee. I try to explain that we're doing more journalistic and more bona fide, like video type of recording. We're not making money, we're not charging the city. City's benefiting from us doing the videos, and I would appreciate if you guys put it on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, moving to consent calendar. Any council members need to pull any items? Hearing none, If no items are pulled, we'll ask for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, this is a legislative matter, the second reading for ordinance number 1132. And I'm going to call upon the City Attorney Burns to present this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a second reading on the ordinance regarding the annexation. At the last council meeting, council was presented with 3 separate actions. It was 2 resolutions and 1 ordinance. The first resolution accomplished council's decision to intend and to direct staff to go and work with LAFCO to begin an annexation. The second resolution and the ordinance that council is considering tonight for a second reading, deals with the zoning. In other words, the resolution at the last meeting that passed for the annexation deals with the annexation portion. This second reading on an ordinance, and ordinances take 2 reads to pass, this second reading for this ordinance doesn't make a second decision on the annexation. All it does is make sure that if LAFCO does approve the annexation, the properties have the correct zoning once they're annexed. The zoning would be a zone change to a 120 from what the properties would come in as would be limited development. So the ordinance proposes to pre-zone, the ordinance proposes the pre-zoning of the 52-acre property off of Bluff Street, the property that was discussed at the last meeting. The ordinance passed the introduction with a 3-2 vote, and that was just to introduce and to bring it to this meeting for consideration and actual adoption. Because the ordinance accomplishes a zoning of the A120, it does raise a charter issue. Therefore, to pass, to adopt the ordinance tonight, it requires a 4/5 vote for approval. Again, this ordinance is not to prevent or approve the annexation. That has already happened. It's going to LAFCO. This ordinance is just to make sure that the properties have the correct zoning, assuming that LAFCO does approve the annexation. There are a number of findings must be made in order to make the zone change. It is that the zone change is necessary and desirable for the development of the community. The zone change will be compatible and complementary to existing conditions. The site is adequate in size to accommodate the uses permitted, and the site properly relates to streets and highways designated and fully improved to carry the type of traffic that is expected. Here, there's no change to the properties. So, and I emphasize, these findings are required to be made to vote yes. Even if you find all of these, you still have discretion, but again, what we're really doing tonight is determining that the properties can have the appropriate zoning, assuming LAFCO does go forward with the annexation. So that is the action before the council, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Colin. Does council have any questions or concerns on the findings? Dana, do we have any public comment?
There's no public comment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask for a motion on the second reading.
Motion to approve.
Second.
You want it read out? Or
I believe I read title at the first read.
okay.
So I think we're okay on that, Mr.
We're
Mayor.
good?
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Colin. Okay, we're going to move into our discussion and action items, and the order of presentation for these items is staff report presentation, council questions of staff that are relevant to the staff presentation, public comment, council discussion and action. And this is item 6A, discussion of fireworks prohibition per municipal code 9.20020. Amanda.
Good evening, City Council. So tonight we'll have the presentation on Municipal Code 9.20.020. We also have Michelle Starkey here from the Riverside County Fire Marshal's Office to answer any technical questions or any questions about their process. So on July 16th, Mayor Newton requested to have the fireworks prohibition municipal code brought back forward for discussion. The municipal code prohibits the sale, possession, use, and discharge of fireworks within city limits, except for professionally permitted displays. The prohibition reflects the city's intent to protect public health and safety, preserve property, and minimize disturbances to animals and residents. A little bit about enforcement. So violations of this municipal code are subject to citation by authorized enforcement personnel, $2,500 for unauthorized use of sale and safe and sane fireworks, and $5,000 for unauthorized use of dangerous fireworks. This past 4th of July, we had 6 calls for fireworks that were reported. 2 safe and sane fireworks citations were issued, and 1 bag of safe and sane fireworks was confiscated. Permitted displays are all reviewed by the Riverside County Fire Marshal's Office. We have 2 types of permitted fireworks displays. They are aerial fireworks, and these are used in large outdoor venues. It requires significant safety perimeters and have expansive fallout zones. These devices project into the air and produce large-scale visual and auditory effects. The other type of fireworks are proximate fireworks, designed for indoor or confined outdoor venues, have minimal fallout, and are intended for controlled, close-range effects to enhance live performances, something that you would see potentially at Silver Lakes with a performer like, I think Little John wanted one not too long ago. So just looking at our permit history, we had our staff pull permits for the last 5 years. We've only issued 3 permits, 1 in 2022 and 2 in 2025. However, the permits in 2025 were actually it was just for 1 event, but they were separated because of inspection costs and additional processing. So staff seeks council's direction on whether to amend the municipal code or further restrict or eliminate the allowance of permitted displays, specifically by prohibiting all aerial pyrotechnics or limiting permissible use to proximate non-aerial effects for controlled entertainment purposes only. Any amendments would continue to require compliance with the Riverside County Fire Marshal's Office. Everything would have to go through their permitting process, and we would include safety inspections, licensing, and event day oversight. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Amanda. Does council have any questions of staff?
Now, this is going to include like the gender reveal smoke bombs? Like the one
I would
that
have to
started
defer to Michelle on that. I'm not certain.
Yeah, because that's the one that started the big fire up in El Dorado, up in Yucaipa. They burned.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, so for gender reveals, smoke bombs, things like that, that would be a special effect. So we would ask somebody to submit to look into that. Generally, we leave that up to the city jurisdiction also, because you may not allow that in your parks or places where you're going to see that. But we would work with staff on whether or not this is something that would be allowed or not.
What about poppers? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, those are not considered fireworks or pyrotechnics.
Okay, the reason I said that is because I know cities that overreached and said that was fireworks.
Yeah, those are
So-
not considered fireworks. Those aren't regulated.
All right, just
for that.
clarifying. That was it.
Yes, you find those in grocery stores and things like that. Yeah.
It would still kind of fall under the approximate firework.
So proximate fireworks are what you normally see in concerts or venues. They'll be like flame effects. They use certain types of pyrotechnics, generally known as like gerbs or comments. Those can be, you know, dispersed into the air, but there's like limits on how far they go. So maybe in a venue, an indoor venue having a concert, this effect goes maybe 30 feet out somewhere, but you can generally have your audience a lot closer. So for proximate fireworks, people can be within 15 feet of whatever that effect is.
Appreciate that. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Dana, do we have any public comments?
Yes, Bonnie Slager.
Hi, Bonnie.
Hi again. When Frank Hall was on city council, he always said every city employee ought to have a plaque on their desk that says, "How does your decision affect the horses?" And maybe that ought to be expanded to all of the animals. My personal experience is dogs have been more affected. My dogs have been more affected than my horses. I realize we can't do anything about what Eastvale does or Harupa or any of the other surrounding cities, but as you look at this, think about how all of our animals are affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
No further comment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Bring this back to council discussion and action. Since I was the one that pulled it, I'll start this off. Bonnie, interesting that you used that comment of Frank Hall's, because I used it last week in the meeting with the mayor pro tem and staff. And so I certainly understand that. To me, that statement says it all. It's, it comes back to like core values, animal keeping, and I don't have any issue with the approximate fireworks. It's just the aerials that I would like to see us do away with and just deal with it how we deal with it on the city basis. But as far as any stage, sparklers on the stage, I don't care. I don't care about that. So my drive is primarily on the aerial fireworks. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, people lose their minds. And it all comes back to the animals, and it also comes back to certain residents in town, veterans especially, that suffer from loud noises and large flashes. So that's my recommendation, but I'd like to hear from the rest of council on this. Kevin? Via? Robin?
Just a couple of thoughts, and probably going to be somewhat unpopular. I do remember growing up in this town and having fireworks at the community center and a big party for 4th of July back in the day, and I don't recall the uproar, but again, I was younger, so maybe it was there. But then the other part was we didn't have social media back then either, so if you were going to complain, you just had to complain to your neighbors, I guess. With the post that I'm going to say probably initiated all of this, were there any complaints after that event or during that event that took place at Silver Lakes? Not social media complaints, like actual complaints about noise and fireworks to City Hall?
To staff?
To staff.
Our department didn't receive anything after the event.
Thank you. Any other that you're aware of?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So my second kind of concern is just that I worry about telling other professionals how to do their job. We have a system in place where the fire marshal and that department, where they're the experts, make the call and make the decisions about what's going to be done. They, again, in my personal opinion, have the safety and welfare of our entire community at the heart of the decisions that they're making, along with the technical expertise to make the decisions. So that's why I voted no when this came up for discussion, because we're literally going to dictate or tell the fire department, you guys don't know what you're talking about, we know better, so we're gonna do this thing. That's, again, how I took it. That might not have been the way that it was perceived, but again, I think we complain about overreach all the time. We talk about local control all the time. this is not my area of expertise. This is not my field of knowledge. And so I don't feel like it's my place to tell the fire marshal how to issue permits or what to do in that particular field. I understand the concern over aerial fireworks, and we haven't had those at 4th of July in a very long time. There's also new technology where you can do drones and different things to have super cool events in that respect, and I think that would be something, hint to city staff if they wanted to look at that, that would be kind of cool to do. But in general, I would agree with the mayor that revising the ordinance to get rid of aerials would be fine. But I think when we're looking at event venues like even Moreno Arena, where someday we could potentially have concerts and things like that, and these would be used as effects up there, I think we're just taking away entertainment opportunities for folks. So that's all I have.
You know, Robin, like at Angles Park, I mean, the biggest thing we had is when that guy blew the barbecue lid through the roof. So, like I said, I would put that as an approximate type of firework. But also I always have learned from our historian that the main reason we got rid of the fireworks up at the community center was not because of the fireworks, it's because they stopped selling beer. Okay.
Well, and the fire marshal shut them down
Right,
because a
right.
2-year-old kid
So-
got burnt by a falling debris.
Yeah.
Close proximity.
Yeah.
Right.
But mainly it was they got rid of the beer. That was it.
Councilmember Bowen, any comments? You good? So, well, I'd like to make a motion to revise Municipal Code 9.20.020, just to eliminate aerial fireworks only out of that ordinance. Knowing that we do have full confidence in our fire department to handle the permitting and just keep doing the excellent job that you have been.
I'll second.
Please vote.
Need to get that, Mark? Okay.
And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6B is a discussion and consideration of a horse trail dedication program. And Amanda.
Thank you, Mayor. So at the regular last City Council meeting, Mayor Newton requested that staff explore the feasibility of establishing a horse trail dedication program. Such a program could formalize recognition for contributions to Norco's equestrian amenities and be modeled after the city's existing dedication and recognition programs. The city offers 2 structured recognition programs. One is fairly new. It's the Kathy Azevedo Spirit of Norco program. The program recognizes individuals who have demonstrated exemplary civic leadership and community involvement. Honorees are acknowledged with commemorative bricks at the Spirit of Norco monument located at the Ingalls Event Center. We acknowledge at least 5 individuals per year, and it has been a great program so far. The next dedication program we do have is for public facilities. The program allows for public assets such as rooms, parks, or facilities to be named in honor of individuals or groups who have made meaningful contributions to the community. A horse trail dedication program would provide a formal method for recognizing significant contributions to Norco's equestrian trail system. If council wishes to proceed, the following elements may be considered for inclusion in the program. That would be, what is the eligibility criteria, nomination process, program limitations, recognition elements, and the administrative oversight. The city's existing recognition programs currently provide avenues for acknowledging community contributions. Council may consider whether those programs sufficiently meet the current needs or whether a separate policy like this horse trail dedication program is warranted. While direct costs related to signage and installation will be the responsibility of the nominator, staff would see ongoing administrative cost impacts because we would have to dedicate public works staff to this program. Staff seeks direction from the council on whether to proceed with developing a draft program, and if so, whether to establish a subcommittee for this effort. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Amanda. Does council have any questions of staff?
Yeah, Amanda, we have a third, we have the Hall of Fame, which isn't really a city program, but that's another vehicle that we use to acknowledge people. And they put a lot of people on that wall, or however we're going to do it. And then we also have the George Ingalls Veterans Memorial, which is a whole nother aspect. So I think we're covering equestrian and all that kind of stuff. My only concern with this, and I'm not against it, is that if in fact CRC closes, the staff time that's going to take, that is an enormous project. And the other thing I get concerned about is, and I'm actually not against it, we also have a street program that we haven't used for a while, but can we sustain it in the long haul? Or does it just become names on a map, which that's part of the issue. And the other thing is that in an equestrian town, it's going to be very difficult to decide who's the best equestrian and what that criteria would be. Those are just my concerns. Again, I'm not against it. I think it's actually a kind of a cool idea. It's just, do we have the staff and the time and the, you know, one of the mistakes that was made by the Hall of Fame is they let too many people in every year, and the criteria just kind of they started to kind of run out of people. And so, but now they're starting to accumulate them again. So those are just my concerns. I think it's actually a great idea, but I have concerns. Thank you.
Fia? Robin? I don't have any questions. Okay. Greg?
I like the idea, and this is just food for thought. You could do it with a Western fling to it, whatever you may be it, like the Kevin Bash Canyon or like the Fia Sullivan Pass. Put a little Western tip to it, but I think it's great. But it's something that you guys are going to have to work out is who gets, you know, it could even be to where you put everybody in a hat and you pick out of it, or you just bring it in front of the council, or you could bring it in front of its own special board. But that's something that you guys have to figure out what would be the easiest and most fairest way. But my only outtake on it is to put a little Western, like, yeah. Well, thank you, Robin.
All right.
Hey, she got my back. But that's my only thought.
Okay. My question, staff time. And I know this comes from, like, this idea comes from a good place, but then it's government, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And so, what do you feel staff time to do something like this?
You know, just basing it on the Kathy Azevedo Spirit of Norco recognition program, it does involve a lot of staff time and also a subcommittee level. So with the Kathy Azevedo Spirit of Norco program, we have a subcommittee that meets. And then we deliberate on the names that we receive. The nomination period is from January to March. And that's when we also have communication staff involved, where they are providing that to the community on the website and also on social media. I am monitoring those emails, going through that, creating a list, bringing it to the subcommittee with PowerPoints and, and also justifications why all these people are, they're eligible to receive this award. The subcommittee might have 2 or 3 different meetings, come back, and then it goes to Parks and Rec Commission. In this case, it would potentially go to Streets and Trails Commission. They would take a look at that and give a recommendation to the City Council. So it involves a lot of different steps and a lot of staff time. Also, the bigger thing, at least with Kathy Azevedo, it's concentrated to one monument, right? Where this is going to be potentially throughout the entire city. So you're looking at potentially tracking this with like GIS, right? Saying, okay, this is Greg Newton's portion of the trail. But really, this is going to take a lot of thought because, you have people that live adjacent to these trails. Are we saying that if this is someone's house, it's going to be directly in the front or on the side? There's a lot to think about in developing this. So it will take a great deal of staff time and volunteer time from that subcommittee and help from our commissioners too.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda. Dana, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Bonnie Slager.
Okay, Bonnie.
All right, I guess this is all my fault.
It's not your fault.
All I was trying to do is help a family that's really grieving because they lost their 35-year-old son. And one thing they really thought would be a nice memory was to have a trail dedicated to it. When I talked to Mayor Newton, he said he would talk to Amanda. I talked to Amanda at a Parks and Recs Commission meeting. She says, oh yeah, we have a form for that. I'll send it to you. I didn't get it. And she says, oh, we don't have a form for it. We've got to create something. And so I'm thinking, well, then nobody ever cared about having a trail dedicated to them before, so it must not be an everyday thing. And really what I was thinking of is like 10 feet of trail with a sign on it that's in memory of David Cravey. That's really all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for anything on a trail map. I'm not asking for the whole trail system or anything named. Just the family would love to have a sign on the trail across the street from their house that's a little memorial to the son that they lost at age 35 to cancer. That's all I want. Thank you.
I have no further comment, Mayor.
Thank you. Bring this back to council for any discussion or action. So part of this would be that if council want to move forward, we would recommend a subcommittee to start putting this all together.
Correct.
So this popped in my mind. Let me just throw this out as a curveball, okay? And if Bonnie wants to throw something at me, throw it at me. On our rural, and I think Daryl was a member of rural, if I remember correctly, that on our rural trail markers, so, which is my fault on the new signs.
Mm-hmm.
It is on our, said at the rural meeting, it was on our to-do list, but it's at the bottom of our to-do list, and it's my fault that it hasn't moved forward. What if we were to maybe partner with rural and put, when we do those new signs on those sections of trails, that we add something in memory of instead of a street sign? Is that kind of going in a direction where we wouldn't have to get all governmental about things?
I like your thinking, and I get what Bonnie's thinking. We're overthinking it. I mean, I think it should just be left up to the council, and if we decide that we're gonna dedicate this one spot, not get we'll just do it, and if somebody else they have to bring it to us, and then we decide as a 5-panel. And then if we partner up with Rule to go ahead and say, okay, put that on your sign. How's that? I mean, I want to keep it as simple as possible. There's not a lot of work.
Be going against what our job is, and that's policy.
Yeah.
Now, I was just thinking to try to do it as a rural member and talk to that group and see if something like that would be.
I think they'd be great. Rule would be great at it. But don't you think that they would have to come to us first, or just go straight to them?
It'd be a rural project. Like a Pumpkin Rock, the one that's up there, that's to my dad, you know, and so that suffices. I also am a little nervous about naming trails because we're landmarking the trails now. The trails are, we hope, a critical component to keeping Norco Norco. And so, and then how long will the trail be? And okay, so, and what happens when people say, I want that to be my trail? You know, we had a kind of a behind the scenes incident when we named the senior center. It had already been named. And that family was really upset. So, you know, nobody knew because it was forgotten. I mean, I didn't even know it. And then Larry Cusimano said, yeah, we named it after that person. And that family was real. I got my ear wrung. Thank God they don't live in town anymore. So, I don't know. I think we're opening a can of worms, but I think we need to do something for the Cravies, and I think talk to rural.
Anybody in town like that.
There's a
But,
whole bunch, yeah.
You know, at the same time, maybe we just take it as individuals that go down the riverbed at Corydon, name the Malcolm Miller Trail.
That's right.
Right? It didn't take government to do that. So.
Ancillary trails, not so much the trails in the street, but
right.
the ones that lead maybe somewhere. Yeah.
But that's why I was kind of thinking maybe approach rural with it, you know, and see. But Fia, any thoughts? Or Robin?
She's good.
Like your idea of rural, actually. I think that as much as I love the idea, I think that one of the organizations in town, particularly rural, is a really good idea.
So I'll use a recent example to back up my statement. The city doesn't have to do everything to make a community or build a community. I would say actually the less that the city government does and the more that comes grassroots from the community actually builds a stronger community. So a perfect example would be what used to be the mayor's ride, which was when the city was running it, kind of on its last leg. A couple of community groups took it over. Oh my gosh. It was amazing. The number of riders and all the things and all the people and involvement. So I would hope that maybe we would reflect and start to look at the 5 of us up here don't build the community. The community and the groups and the people do that. We can support them and cheer for them and advocate for them and protect what we have by the policies we make and the financial decisions that we make. But ultimately, that lift, that comes from our community members. And something like this, all of you have said, it can open up a can of worms, it can do all the things. I am sure that the community groups can get together and find a way to honor David, and that other people or families that have struggles or obstacles or ways that they want to remember that they would be able to do the same. There's been a couple good ideas already thrown out. There's other ideas, I'm sure, if the groups talked about it, that they could figure out. So at this time, I am not in favor of a horse trail dedication program.
Anyone else? I would, well, I do agree with the Mayor Pro Tem's approach. What I'd like to do is put this recommendation on hold, and that as individuals, as residents, we reach out to different groups. I think we know the mission of the direction of how we would want to, you know, honor someone. The only thing that I'll ask is I don't mind approaching the board or the president of rural, but Amanda and I could certainly use some help on those damn trail markers, okay? That's why I would just, you know. Well, when you see where they're all located, well, yeah, you can hike that. I can't. All right. So that would be my motion, to put this to the back burner and let us work as individuals to approach other groups, or community members. You want to refine that a bit? Or? Okay. Do you need a motion on that? No?
You guys gave a motion, so we're going to go ahead and vote. So I got a motion and a second, or to put this on hold for now and work with the community as a whole. So please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right. City Council staff communications. Dana.
Just a reminder to the community that the city clerk's office does have a ballot drop-off box. We are open Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can bring in your ballots and drop them off. We'll be happy to take them in for you. The Register of Voter picks up twice a week. We count with 2 of the Register of Voters along with 2 staff members. We count the votes with them, and they take them in a locked case with them. So just to let you know that, please come in and drop off your ballots in our office, or you can check with the Register of Voters online at voteinfo.net for other locations. Thank you.
Okay. Community services.
Just to thank you for the support of the community and council, all of our summer movies and concerts and summer events in general as a whole. I also want to advertise our Sprout and Bloom Play School program that starts on Monday, ages 2.5 to 5 years old. If you are interested, please contact our community services office, and we're more than happy to provide information.
Great. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Looking forward to that change. And the bands were good. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Good evening.
Really, there's nothing really for me to say about planning, but thank the residents for being patient with me.
You're doing a good job. Anything from communications? You got a full book. Sheriff? Happy birthday. Good, you turned red. Chief? I know, buddy, you got a special announcement from the cow chip. I mean, let's hear it. Come on, get up here. Yep. Yeah, there you go. But I think the sheriff's going to be after you next year. Nah, the chief's hard to beat. Okay, Colin?
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Amanda?
No, I just thank you to the council. We threw a lot at you today, and we accomplished a lot, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Joshua?
No comments, Mr. Mayor?
We're good. We got money still?
Yes, sir.
Right. Greg? Nope. Robin?
Tomorrow is the first day of the traditional school year, so I would advise you to avoid Temescal between 4th and 1st, between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., and then also again between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m., probably for the next week or so.
And Corona Avenue between 5th and 6th at 1 o'clock. Fia? Kevin?
First, I have a question, Amanda or Colin. So if you have a film company, can you operate under the umbrella of an existing nonprofit?
You can operate, yes.
So in other words, because if you're a nonprofit, you don't have to pay the daily fee.
As long as you're not making a profit. It's going to come down to the charter of the nonprofit to say whether that's one of their possible operations. I assume it is for most nonprofits.
So I talked about this in the study session that we worked on. I really do think we need to look at our filming stuff. I don't think we can do it next meeting because there's a bunch of stuff that's going on. And there's a lot of questions. I think the first person we need to talk to maybe is the woman who used to be our liaison to that business. But I think that we do need to bring filming into the 20th century. And what's interesting about what the speakers talked about is they were very right. We don't have the capacity to run a huge ad campaign for the city of Norco. And they're from grassroots, they are actually creating a campaign. And I think as long as that's what they're limited to, because I'm assuming they're going to eventually expand, but as long as that's what they're doing, I think there needs to be some way that we can arrange for, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I just think we need to really put into a clearer and more modern policy about filming in the city of Norco.
It's also going to have to include our municipal code.
Right.
So that's what we would have to, you would potentially have to agendize to discuss amendments to the municipal code, and we could look into that.
So if you can look into that, and then we'll bring it back as soon as possible. I mean, right now, we've got the general plan, there are so many things going on right now. We have our first apartment complex in the history of Norco. We've got CRC may be closing. There's a whole bunch of things. So I think in terms of some of the film companies, maybe they can think outside the box and maybe find a nonprofit that they can go under the umbrella of, and then that way, because they're promoting Norco. Yes? Because think about it. What if Horse Week decides to do something? Do they have to pay a permit fee to film? They're a nonprofit. Technically, they're not filming as part of their mission statement. But if they're filming and producing a video of their rodeo or something like that, we don't stop them. Does that make sense? It's kind of the same.
Yes, we'll look into it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you all.